Good morning, everybody. Bom dia. How are you doing today? Hope you're excited because it's Championship Wednesday here at the 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship. We have a great and exciting match here on our featured table. We have Zico, hailing from Brazil, going against the Canadian champion Jason Williams. It looks like our referee will be John Talish. It's David Burney in the booth, bringing you all the action today. You can find we have multiple streams going on today on the CBBS YouTube page. Channel 1 and 2 is the Portuguese, and channel 3 is the English commentary, so we're glad that you tuned in. We also have the other semifinal going on with Igor Figueiredo taking on Zinio. A little bit of excitement, actually. That's why we're a bit delayed here, as there was a little confusion on the draw. And this is a best of 7 match. So you got to give 4 frames to the good. And just so you're aware, we don't have the overlay score down below. We do have it up top in the top right corner. And just so you're aware, Zico is on the top and Jason Williams is on the bottom of that scoreboard up there. It's Zico in all black getting ready to break off to get us going. And Jason Williams, as you can see there, at a unused table, has got his white and gray dress wear on today. Here we go, everybody. Yeah, Jason didn't have his A game last night. He had to find another gear. Do let us know where you're tuning in from on the stream. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to let us know. Hopefully we're sounding good. So all great players here, yeah, to make it to the final 4, that's for sure. So looks like Zico is in first. Yeah, you might be able to tap in. We have multiple cameras in here. Obviously with the English side, they've put me off a little bit to the left here with our angle here. You might be able to tap into our Portuguese stream on channel 1 or 2 and maybe mute that, and you can have my commentary there in English. We are guests here, us Canadians, Americans, and we had a few Mexicans. So we will give way, obviously, give our good friends in Brazil the good camera light, as they're doing a wonderful job here at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Looks like Jason is our referee. And this is a good opening statement here by Zico. It looks like the black spot is covered by this red, so That will go on the highest point value available, in this case the brown. A little unfortunate there for Zico, but with this angle he should be able to come up for the blue. Does look like he has a good angle to come off the blue and really split open the pack if he wants to, but there is that red that's open on the bottom of the bunch. Yeah, John Talish has been a great help refereeing. He's doing the scorekeeping. Great family environment down here in Brazil. Everyone's really doing their part to grow the great game of snooker down here in Brazil. So, a nice opening 26 by Zico. Ran out of position a little bit, so I had to go run back into bulk. Hasn't left a chance on for Jason just yet. I think this match, definitely these matches today in our Championship Wednesday, it's going to come down to if a player is to falter, make a mistake, can their opponent do the good and punish them? That might just be the difference. Because all four players in the Final Four here are well versed in the game. Great potters, great tacticians. Containing safety there by Jason. Couldn't find the avenue back into the bulk area. Zico's just gonna flick off this left red. Get himself to go back into the bulk area. Slowly these reds are kind of spreading out, so might come down to who's got their long pot game today. That red on for Zico, but fortunate enough he hasn't really left an easy opener for Jason. Nicely struck there. Looks like Zico can get past the black to at least hit this red and might be able to come up cushion, come behind the brown. Just a little tough to tell from our camera angle. We're just kind of on a 45-degree angle. We're not got the great bird's eye view that's straight on. Long pot there by Jason. It's going to help him, you know. Just a little safe shot here behind the brown. Can't really continue on the break. It's always nice to get in the balls early in these first matches. The first frames, that is. Just get your arm going, get it warmed up. Sometimes it can be a little stiff in the beginning stages. Just electing that to go back to its spot. One benefit right now for Zico is there is a lot of reds on the table. Make sure he cannons into the right red and doesn't leave an easy starter for Jason. Obviously he's aware of the ability of the Canadian national champ. There's that red that's just left of the pink that does go in the middle. Jason recognizing that Zico was just fractions away from hitting that red, so I'm not going to put him back. Straight on this blue. Tough to tell from this angle. Don't know if he's got an angle just to cannon into those reds. Well, he was able to, but he needed to use the cushion. So this is a chance for Jason to respond with a substantial break. Yeah, that red is open just below the four in a line in the middle of the table, but electing for the red on the right side that's open. Didn't get the angle he wanted on that black. To use the rest and come off a couple of cushions to get back down the table. Maybe he might take the green. That will enable him just one cushion to come down. Play for either one of those loose reds, or maybe that red just on the bottom of the row of three. Extra length in the form of the mini butt. Maybe path, maybe between, yeah. There was a path there. to tell from this camera angle, but Jason exposed it. Done for a little bit more space between cue ball and blue. There's a bit, it's not touching ball, but they're that close. It's always tough of a follow through with your cue. You want to cause a push shot, as that's a foul. That happens when the cue is still touching the cue ball and object ball. So it doesn't happen often. Blue just doesn't find the bottom of that green pocket, so breaks down on 17, but a good break to get him back and tied this first frame 26-26. Definitely, if you need to see any results from this senior side of the tournament, feel free to click on CBBS's Instagram page. There's a link in the bio that will take you to another page where there's multiple selections there, where you can find all 3 channels of the stream, 2 in Portuguese, 1 in English, and also there's a link where you can see all the results, find out where your favorite player fared, and how they got on throughout the tournaments. As we started with 40, and now there are 4, culminating in 1 champion later today that will fulfill a snooker dream of playing at the Crucible Theater in the World Seniors Championship coming this spring. We've got 1 Canadian and 3 Brazilians. Tricky to tell. I'm not sure that the bottom of the 3 reds in a line, if it's sticking out a little bit. Jason's able to clip that one and bring it into the top left corner. Oh, he's going with the top one to the opposite top corner. Fortunately, didn't cannon into that blue. Left a rather easier shot for Jason there. He's done quite well. Doesn't look like he has the snookers, is all these referees are equipped with a small little ball marker that they can use to mark the cue ball in case there's a respot if there is a snooker. Could have been a bit better for Zico if he had bumped into one of those balls in the bulk area. Looks like there could be a little shot to nothing with the highermost red of the two into the top left. Here's the hand there that wasn't intended. Sportsmanship of all these players in this tournament has been top notch. Flukes do happen in this game of snooker, and most of the time you do see a raise of the hand, or there was I think Cliff Wilson, a player from Britain way back, would actually laugh in his opponent's face if he fluked on them. So you get all kinds of characters in this wild game of snooker, that's for sure. I'm looking around where he wants to be for this red after this black falls into the middle pocket. Yeah, we were a little late started as there was a little bit of drama in the room beforehand, a little mix-up misunderstanding about how the draw worked out. Ooh, Jason. Just a lapse in concentration. Supposedly there was a little bit of excitement in Rio here, in the southern part of the city, that really kind of shut down a lot of things. We all have been very safe down here, but a little unrest had happened in the city. It's a little disheartening to see, you know, such a beautiful city here down in Rio, and you would hope that that love can conquer all, but unfortunately there is some unrest. But have no fear, we're all okay over here. The only unrest that's going to happen really is if a player's sitting in his seat for a while. The only unrest that I've had is I've been blamed of bringing the poor weather actually to Rio. We haven't had fantastic weather here. It's actually very conducive weather to be indoors for a snooker tournament, that's for sure. A lot of overcast and rainy days. You know, think of Rio as blue skies and sunshine all the time. Well, that hasn't been the case this week. We've had a bit of sunshine, which is nice to see. Some of our players have been able to get out and enjoy the beach when they've had a break from the action. Zico went for it there. Rather shot to nothing for sure. He did have the path to come back to balk. So I wonder if Jason's going to take off that long right. It does look close to the cushion from this angle, but just taking a peek outside of our media center here. It's not as close to the cushion, so it is potentially potable, but it is long, so that puts a degree of difficulty to it. Very nicely done. Have no fear. Jason is here to reap some points. Wants to do his country proud. Canada has a great history of wonderful snooker players. Obviously the 1980 world champion Cliff Thorburn. Kirk Stevens, well accomplished player. Bill Werbenick, quite a character. Jim White as well. Was over in the UK playing a lot. Does a lot of great commentary work for the Moscone Cup now. Brady Golan was over there. Alain Robidoux, probably the last Canadian to be on the professional tour. I think we're seeing a resurgence of snooker, and hopefully some youngsters can get inspired. Wow, great shot there. Gets a smashing applause from the audience here at the Rio Yacht Club. So a 23-point lead with 27 on the table. So Jason needs yellow and green to put us in the snooker's required stage. There's the link. Our friends at CBBS put up a link where you can find all the results there. Just click on that link that they've just posted. Just wasn't able to get right behind the green. But pushing the black safe to the cushion, Jason has, that's going to help his cause, because Zico does need them all to steal this frame. Clever shot there by Zico. He's brought out the black, put the green safe. Obviously with the green being the ball on, they're going to be dancing around with that. So I think in fact he has got the snooker as well. Just tough to see from this vantage point, just where I'm sitting and our camera angle. Like this, how Jason's cueing. He is snookered. White's got to pull up. So many twists and turns that can happen in a, let alone a frame snooker, definitely in a match. And these longer ones, as we're playing the best of 7, races to 4, momentum is going to play a big thing. If you can get some momentum and keep that going. So when the cue ball goes in off, the player has the opportunity of putting the ball, cue ball in the D. A little tricky to see where it is all for you newcomers, but that's just the area up in bulk. It's a bit more visible on the straight-on view. It's tough on this angle to see where the D is, but it's really in the middle of the table, in the bulk end, pretty much where Jason's cueing right now. In off, so you can put your cue ball in there and shoot either direction. Sometimes opposed to 8-ball pool where you can be in that area, you can only shoot down table. Ooh. Surprised that didn't go in, because these tables have been brushed and blocked and ironed in preparation for this championship Wednesday, and sometimes when that happens they run a little quicker. The beds have been running marvelous all weekend long on all of these 6 JOCARI tables. This definitely looks like a chance for Jason to take this frame. This is his frame ball right here. He just needs to slowly roll it. But that looks good. Don't think Zico's going to be coming back to the table here. Thumbs up there by Zico. He concedes there. So the Canadian Jason Williams draws first blood here. He takes this frame 62-33. And just looking over at our other semifinals, it looks like Igor Figueiredo has 2-0 advantage and looking strong in his semifinals. So we'll be right back with frame 2 on our feature match between Jason Williams of Canada and Zico of Brazil. And we're back with frame 2. Canadian took that one. It's breaking off right now to get us going in the second frame of the semifinal match of the 2023 Pan American Seniors Snooker Championship live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil at the Rio de Janeiro Iate Clube. Fantastic facility. They're making us all feel like kings and queens, all of us that have traveled far. David Burney's here in the booth with you on the English commentary. Our good friends Daniel and Janeiro. Janeiro is actually providing Portuguese commentary. I'm not sure if that's on channel 1 or 2 on the YouTube page of CBBS's. But yeah, the hospitality down here has just been outstanding. It definitely made us feel at home. They're all thirsty for knowledge too. I know a few of the referees, definitely our scorekeeper on this one, John Talish, has always been asking me, as well as our referee Alvedo, just some constructive criticism, asking how they're doing. And I've been giving them a few little pointers here and there, but definitely told them, a good point is to just get your feet wet and do the job. You're going to make mistakes. We're human. We all do. But hopefully it's not too costly. And everyone knows that this is an amateur event where we're all playing for the love of it. Sure, there's a little bit of monetary value to the winner, and obviously the prestigeness of playing at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield for the World Seniors Championship in May. And hopefully as these tournaments continue to grow, the number of participants get high, the help behind the scenes get high, and when big companies are looking to sponsor some events, hopefully they'll turn their way to this great game of snooker, and we can make it a viable industry. But it certainly is definitely growing here in Brazil. Victor Sarkis over on the tour won the Open Championship a couple years ago. That's the Pan American Open, so that gave him a 2-year card. Igor Figueiredo won the inaugural PABSA event, so he had a 2-year card. Unfortunately, that has elapsed. He's back over here in Brazil, but playing in this tournament, see if he can reclaim that tour card and maybe even possibly get that spot in the Crucible Theatre. The only player to do it so far in the early stages of these great tournaments. First one was run in 2019 in Houston. And obviously in 2020, nothing was really going on, as I don't have to allude to what happened there. If you were living under a rock, you might not know, but I think everyone was aware that there was a little pandemic going on, but things got regrouped, and in 2021, this event was held in Toronto, and then the following year it was in Toronto as well, 2022. So actually I was down there providing a bit of commentary on the final there with David Putty providing some commentary, and now we're in Rio de Janeiro for 2023. Unfortunately, I just don't have details yet of where we will be in 2024, but make sure you earmark PABSA.org to find out any updates on when and where this tournament will find a home in 2024, because it is a great tournament. Zico had got in first there, had the first red, but just wasn't able to pull in that green. Fortunate enough that red on the left side of the table is kind of close to the cushion, so they don't have to really worry about that. Typical safety shot sometimes of clipping and coming back shouldn't be too bad. But, Jason opting for potentially a double here. Nope, going to play a little bit more safe, get his cue ball nice and safe. Could have done with a few more rotations to get it tight to the bulk cushion. Just the raise of the hand, wasn't expecting to have that kind of result. as we've seen so often in this tournament so far, there's been many matches, definitely the ones that I've commentated on, where one opponent is getting all the breaks. They do sometimes have a way of evening out. That's why you can't get too upset if your opponent flukes on you, because sure enough, you'll probably be doing the same to him or her. As we did have a female competitor in this tournament, Simone Lloyd, coming all the way from Canada. Great to see her come down and participate. Chatting with her a little bit. I'm trying to get her to come out to the Seattle or the US Open in Seattle next year. So that's always a fun event. I really enjoyed my time down in Seattle, Washington. Mike Dominguez, Christian Youngers, and Dave Daly do a great job putting on that wonderful tournament in conjunction with World Women's Snooker, Matt Uritt and Diana Schuler. Great bunch of people. Thought that might be the red to just get Zico going. Both players just haven't found some great fluency. There's been some small breaks, but definitely with the caliber of both these players, you can see that they can have some frame-winning breaks in their back pocket. If a player can get in, pink is rather open to the top left corner, but it looks like Jason's probably just going to flick off the left side of this red near the green, come back up table. Flirted with that top left corner now as he left the pot on for Jason. This cue ball go past that red for that open red on the right side of the table. Does he even have a path to maybe take that red that he's closest into that same corner, but it might be a little tied up with the red that white is close to. Just trying to grab a peek there. And nothing went, so a delicate shot just kind of rolled up. Looks like it is a touching ball. We'll see what the referee awards. A touching ball has been awarded, so in that case Zico can shoot away, as that touching ball acts as a first contact. However, if that red does move at all, then it would be a foul. Good starter there for Jason. He's got the black on. Got a few reds in the open. Just gonna take it one shot at a time. Know that he does have a great opportunity here. A little awkward, obviously, queuing over that red that's on the cushion. Electing to put his bridge hand on the cushion, not on the bed of the table. Oh, he's got obviously that red. We'll go to this top left corner pocket after this black, and I wonder if that red will open up that red that's just on top of it to the opposite corner pocket. Ran through it. Maybe just a bit too much. Guess he had the angle. Didn't have the angle to draw back. Yeah, I guess how that red is, it would be apprehensive. I have a much better vantage point to players at the table than I do, that's for sure. Got a little angle and pretty much like kind of right behind how your camera's looking at the table. I'm kind of right behind in that vantage point as well, so a bit tricky to see some of the angles sometimes. But hopefully for the final we can rig something up so we're all kind of looking at the same feed, myself and our great Portuguese commentators. Ooh. Doesn't look like Zico's putting him back. That was just a lapse, I think, in concentration there by Jason. So now he's given an opportunity to Zico. One of that cluster of three that's just near the pink, the one that he's closest to. Looks like he's taken, oh, he's going through the middle. Just a little tricky, as I said, to see that angle there, but not for the player, and that's who needs to see all the angles. We're fortunate enough that the great team at CBBS has brought a lot of great technology here. Really put together a great production. So this is a good response here. Reds are getting spaced open. Nice little flick off that pink to hold for that red. You're never really in the match until you get your first frame, so Jason has done that. Zico wants to get his first frame on sooner than later. Looks like Igor Figueiredo has a commanding 3-0 lead over to Zenio. But you're never out until you're out. So we'll just keep an eye on that and we'll update you. just one more really open red. So you're going to have to start to do some work to develop the reds and create a frame winning clearance. Yeah, the big game down here is obviously they play a lot on 5x10s in Brazil, 5 feet by 10 feet tables. Obviously we're on the 6x12 tables. This is an international event. Obviously you would think, 1 foot wider and 2 feet longer shouldn't be that big of a difference, but in a game of millimeters, it's of huge importance. But a lot of these players have adapted quite nicely. Just talking to our scorekeeper John, he was telling me that Sênior is quite a player. We did see him playing quite well. He was slow to start against James Power yesterday from Canada, but once Sênior started going, he really was impressive. But he's in tough. Definitely Igor is a cut above the rest here down in Brazil, but he's been very inspirational to the Brazilians. And that's what it takes for sports to grow, when you can get a fellow country person to do well in a given sport. Inspires youngsters to take up that sport, and that's how you continue. You got to foster those grassroots. So a little work down there for Zico, but he does have a 53-25 advantage. Only 20 points in it, and 59 on the table, so Jason isn't out of this frame just yet. That pink has definitely, as you can see in your angle right there, or your pictures, that pink has come to his rescue. It's blocking the path for that red to go into the top left corner. But Zico's just going to take it into the opposite corner. Gave it a shot. I think the black has come to his rescue there. Might go though, it looks like it does now. Jason getting down and taking this full-blooded. No, just electing to play safe. No earthquakes here, John Talise, one of our referees, he had done it yesterday, but he's so engrossed, so focused on his job at hand, sometimes forgets that there's some cameras that he has to avoid. The cameras are on tripods, they're not powered by any people, but hopefully as the sport continues to grow, we can have the types of productions that people are used to seeing over on the Pro Tour. We're not there yet, but baby steps, inch by inch. Rome wasn't built in a day. We didn't get to the moon in the first Apollo mission. There's another snooker there, but just seeing if Jason can clip off one of these reds and come off the top cushion and send his cue ball back into the bulk area. Ooh. Jason just stalling as the cell phone is going off. We appreciate everybody coming down and watching, but do remember, put those cell phones on vibrate. If you ever played this game or any sport that requires concentration when you're fully focused and the cell phone goes off, it's just that jarring. Wow. That was a fantastic red there by Jason. Just put it in the heart of the pocket. Didn't even give the jaws a chance to think about it. Could have an angle on this black to break out that red on the cushion. Get onto that red and put it into the left middle. Yeah, opting for the latter. So he's got this in the side. Just trying to see what color he can get. I think unfortunately that red that looks on the cushion from our camera picture here, it's just off the cushion. When they're tight to the cushion, it makes the pot just a little bit more easier. But he does have a good angle here to disturb that red. See if it can develop it after this black. Just a little disruption in the room as we do have a final. Igor Figueiredo is moving on to the final. A whitewash victory over Tizzinio. So just a little moving and shaking. So Jason just kind of recomposing himself as that match is drawn to a close. So one table in action, all eyes glued on this one. Zico does have a 20-point advantage in the second frame, 54 to 34. There's 35 on the table. He's trailing in the match as Jason was able to take the inaugural frame. He's at the table now. Just for all you viewing at home, you'll probably see the scoreboard in the top right corner of your screen. Zico is on top, and Jason is on the bottom, just so you're aware for reference. We don't have the scoring overlays on the bottom. Like I says, we're slowly getting there. Hopefully the next time we're in Rio we can have that possibility. Potentially a scorekeeper is helping us out with that. Another great long pot there by Jason. The audience very appreciative of that with great applause. So the final is scheduled for 2 p.m. Brazilian time, but we'll have to see about that as it's just coming up to 12:30 and we're only in frame 2 of this match. And if this one was to go to the distance, I think that 2 p.m. start time will be in fact a lie, and I don't like to lie to you viewing public. But, Jason's done this before. If you tuned in last night, he has the ability to win these ugly frames, to steal them too, to boost up his confidence. And Referee might have just was amazed a little bit there by the green that he forgot that it needed to come back and be put on its spot. It would be what a steal this would be. Yeah, then cut into its own pocket for this green. Come off a couple of cushions and maybe the brown into the same or the brown into the yellow. Or not playing the pot, just electing for the snooker. Well, he didn't get carried away there. Didn't get tied up in the moment that he knows he's got to put up a fair amount of points to win this frame, but knew that he can grab points equally by laying a snooker, and looks like it is. Is there a gap there for Zikio to go through? Wow. There was the gap for the hit and the pocket. Now, unfortunately, has he snookered himself on the pink? 17 in it, 22. So this brown is paramount for Zico. Jason, a little bow there. What an impressive shot. And even some of our Brazilian fans give a nice smatter of applause. But, you know, this red is pretty close to the middle pocket. Don't count Jason escaping the snooker and putting the brown in there. It's definitely a possibility. So we might see some bowing from Zico if this brown goes in. And the concession there, so Zico gets his first frame on the board. We're tied 1-1. It's a best of 7 race to 4 frames. Each player needs 3. Pivotal third frame coming up next to see who can take the lead, and we'll be right back for that. And we're back here with frame 3 of the semifinal match of the 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship live at the Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. David Burney's in the booth providing English commentary for all you great people. Happy that you're tuning in. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. If you have any comments or questions, hope that they can be in English, as my Portuguese is not as great as I would have liked it to be. Hustlin 147, score line is 1 frame apiece. It's Jason Williams from Canada taking on Zico from Brazil. Jason goes in off on the break off. It's probably the best foul that you can do if you are to commit a foul, because it's quite early, lots of points to be had. Oh, that's a nice double to get things going. Let's see if he decides to roll up or continue to be aggressive. Just a nice little roll up. Smart move. It's a big target down there. But the thing is that Zico has to hit it in a fashion that he doesn't leave an easy starter for Jason. Both players are starting to warm up, and you're going to see some more high breaks coming through. Just showing the tightness of these corner pockets. Seen it a lot over the past few days. If you're not directly accurate with those shots into the corner, your object ball is going to be spat out more often than not. It's quite thin. That red that's near the top left corner as well. It's not close to the pocket, so it's not creating a large pocket as Zico could have maybe used with that red that's just above the top left corner. Well, just a little tricky from our angle to see his pathway. Yeah, just on the angle that I'm looking at the table. Just not sure how Jason can come back up table. Might be forced into a containing safety or maybe take on a long pot. Could be okay. You know, Zico's body language telling me that either he doesn't like it or there's not much on. Or he's just playing coy with me. Oh. When does a snooker player ever like the shot? Ooh. Yep. Yeah, a little kick there. So Jason asking whether the ball to be clean. This looks like a pretty good opportunity for Jason. Put some points on the board. can see on your picture right there that pink is going to go right in the pocket on the bottom of your screen. It's done down for those two as well. Screw and come with the cushion for them. To run just a little bit more. Now he's a little bit hampered by that red, putting that pink into the middle pocket. That's what just made that pink difficult for Jason. So a nice opening red there by Zico. Getting into the brown just to, or the red just to develop his black. Let's see if he can go off and running. Free just taking a look to see if the black ball respots. If not, it should be coming up to the pink spot. Looks like just a slight angle, so Zico was just taking a look. That outside red on the right side, but Zico might be deep screw here. Oh, just a gentle stun to put him into the left middle pocket. I was alluding to this earlier in the match. This is what you got to do when your opponent makes mistakes. You really got to punish them, and both of these players can score heavily. And Zico's definitely showing that to us right here. Just nice little follow through. Get your angle on the red into the opposite corner pocket. Come up, back up for the black. Just look how Zico is strutting around the table. It's just like a walk in the park. Keeping nice short compact shots. Cutting this table off into a 6x6 table. he stayed down on there. Didn't need to jump up at any moment. Stayed down. Probably just willed it in with his mind as that red rattled in the jaws. And eventually found the bottom of the pocket. Nice 55, 56 break and building here. Was his frame ball there? There's 50 in it. After this black goes down, it's going to be even larger, and there's only 43 on. It's been good stuff by Zico. Lost the first frame, but he's rebounded nicely. Took the second. It was rather scrappy, but just an unfortunate red for Jason that left him hampered on that pink. Of course, the pink didn't go in. Zico doing what he needs to do, punishing his opponent. Century's on, but it will be tough. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but that should be the third frame there for Zico. So Jason concedes that frame. So a very important frame. Zico takes the lead, 2 away from punching his card into the final of this 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship here in Rio de Janeiro. Stand by, everybody. We'll be right back with frame form action. Take care. we're back here with frame 4 and Jason Williams to break off. Let's see how the Canadian can respond to that impressive break there by Zito in the last frame. Costly mistake by the Canadian really helped out the Brazilian to put a frame clearance break together. That's not looking good for Mr. Williams. Great long pot, good angle on the green to come back down table. Definitely finding some form here. Jason's definitely gonna, if he can get to the table, he's gonna have to definitely do something to stop this machine. And didn't get a great split there. So broke down on 20, so a reprieve for Jason. Yeah, hopefully Jason can maybe get into a decent tactical battle, a safety exchange here with Zico. Because when you're getting into those safety battles, it really can stunt your potting stroke, that's for sure. Yeah, a little body language from Jason. He doesn't like this at all. Just everyone having a good chuckle around the table. Was just trying to tap it. Didn't make contact at all, so no fouls there. They pulled a little baseball analogy there. 2 strikes and moving on to something different. This red that's on the right side of the bunch. Does it on the pathway to the yellow pocket. Oh no, we found something else. Something in the middle of the bunch. Wonderful shot right there. Just in some prime position on the black. That red on the right side of the bunch. Obviously tough to see from our camera angle here. Looks like he's playing for that. Wasn't going to go into the pack. This last time he did that. Didn't get a great split. Just going to try and pluck off reds here and there. Yeah, the Zico machine is purring right now. Oh. Our commentator's curse comes back to strike him again. Sorry to all those Brazilian fans. Well, Zico was off and running there. Jason has a chance at this open red at the top left corner pocket. Jason's certainly capable. Body language just showed that he just didn't run far enough. Looks like he's rather straight on here. He wants to. It would do him well if he can get in and get a substantial break going. Maybe not a frame winner, but at least if he could knock in a nice 40, that would help out him a lot. Maybe there's a plant there. Those two reds kind of like right in line. No, just going to opt to flick off the pack and come back into bulk. I think there might have been a bit of space between those two reds that I was alluding to. As we can kind of see on our camera angle here, the vantage point, if there is a plant or so going into that top left corner, we're in prime position in this viewing point. Oh, just didn't want to get into there. Who knows if he gifts Zico a chance. He could be sitting for quite a while, and he might be here. Trying to see if there's those reds in the middle of the table. Tough from this angle. If one of them passes the brown to get into the left middle, then you could have an angle, hopefully on that red, to get onto the black. Taking the blind cut, losing a little bit of control of the cue ball. A little closer than he would have liked. Be on that blue, but he does have a red open on the right side of the table. And he does have this red that's near the yellow pocket, but unfortunately that's near the bulk cushion. So mid-length red here to keep the break going. Stunned it beautifully to be plumb on the black. A little disappointed there. Wanted to have a bit of an angle here. I think he's straight on this red. Obviously, if he hits it with pace, it just makes it that much more difficult. $51 in it, 65 on the table. That was the tough part with hitting it at pace. So an uphill battle in this frame right now for the Canadian. But you don't have to win it all in one visit. It's nice if you can. Obviously, it would be beneficial. You don't want to have bring your opponent back to the table. Little whistling of some sort. I think a cell phone was going off there. That hey, Jason, regroup. Looks to the heavens. Looks to Jesus the Reformer, possibly, that's up on the hill. Right near us here in Rio. It's a nice cut on that red, but just the landing spot of his cue ball is just unfortunate being close to this other red. He popped up pretty quick. Didn't like it as soon as he went through. Yeah, it looks like Zico has this red into the yellow pocket. No. Was there. Reprieve for Jason. is just blocking that path for that red right beside it. But there's a lower red. And so often than not, those JOCARI tables and those pockets have usually spit out object balls when they rattle in the jaws like that, but not the case there, and that's good to see for Jason. So mid-range red here. Red out in the open on the right side. And just looking where he's got to be. Taking his red, taking the black, and then seeing where he needs to put his cue ball for next red.
13. It is.
Just might be okay. It is tight. Big shot here. Yeah, trailing by 30 and 35 on, so can't afford to miss this and leave it on for his opponent. Well struck. Jason has done this before. He's known to steal frames when his back is against the wall. Nothing Zico can do, just sit in his chair hoping that there's a chance that he can get back. Big fourth frame this is turning out to be. Can Jason level the match 2-2? Or can Zico take a 3-1 advantage? Put himself into the driver's seat in this best of 7 semifinal match of the 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship. Brown's going to be difficult, that's for sure. He's got to travel some distance for the yellow. And green, then brown. Fortunate enough, the blue, pink, and black are on their spots. don't think he's got the angle to run up for the brown. Alright, the green has gone down, now we're onto that brown. Important that he's able to put it safe, put the cue ball safe. Doesn't want to just leave an easy shot for Zico. It's well struck. As you saw just now, a little bit maybe of frustration on that last shot, but it does look alright, but there is potential for a double into the side. So close. Millimeters away from taking a 3-1 lead. He's left a long red on. This is no gimme. He's got his bridge hand on the cushion, makes it just that much more difficult. Jason just electing to play safe there. A few cannons into some balls there. He might just slide in behind this blue here. I'm just going to put some distance. He's got a good cue ball. Brown is out in the open, but these are no fun when you're up against the cushion. Brown is Zico's frame ball. Wow. Just a little unfortunate he's pushed that black towards the left cushion. Making the pot on that. Not elementary. Jason trails by 14 and there's 18 on the table. What a steal this would be. Zico just praying for one more chance. Pink and black for the steal. Just line up where he needs to be. A lot of pressure on that. Nervy little smile there by Jason. Tie us at 2 apiece. Wow, what a pot there. A little fluke there. He's going for the safe shot, obviously. There was a cut into the top left corner, but he's feeling might as well just put it safe, not feeling it. But it went around the world and just jumped right into that yellow pocket. What a pot there by Jason Williams. He ties this match 2 frames apiece. It's now down to a best of 3. Whoever takes the next 2 will win the semifinal and move into the final later this afternoon. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with frame 5, an exciting one coming up. Welcome back, everybody, with frame 5 upon us. Ezekiel will break out. He was running away with that 4th frame, but Jason Williams, always a battler. He's never out until he's out. Came back and went down to the black on that last frame. Jason didn't take a thin cut into the top left corner. He elected for a safe, putting some distance between cue ball and black ball, and fluked in the black into the yellow pocket to give us a tie match at 2 frames apiece. So the winner of this match will move on to the final to face definitely the tournament favorites, crowd favorite, Igor Figueiredo. I think that's definitely either a Zico or Jason facing Igor. It is going to be quite a David versus Goliath match. Not figuratively speaking, even physically speaking, Igor is definitely a tall drink of water, almost bigger than the Sugarloaf Mountains that are just behind us at the Rio Yacht Club. But we'll have to see who his opponent is, as both these players are tied at 2 frames apiece. So race to 4. So best of 3 right now. So a little safety exchange to start this 5th frame. See this all too often. A little jostling for position. Sometimes it takes one great long pot to get a player started, or a falter in safety. But good safety shot there by Zico, acknowledged by a tap on the table from Jason.
Banjo e cavaquinho.
Might be just fortunate. Not sure if there's a path. comes through. That red that's he close to the top left middle. Doesn't look like it's there. Might have something into the left middle. Ooh, a little blind cut to the top left corner. Unfortunately, he's not on a color ball, so I might just clip off this brown and get behind the yellow. We just take the yellow and try and get his cue ball tight to the ball cushion. Ooh, that just almost fluked in there, that red. Don't think there's a pathway there, but if you can find a red, just put it in the direction of that top right corner. That red is definitely going to fall. Just having a good look at it. We might be able to come down table. Right side of that pink. Just glance off the cushion. I've been able to. Yeah, it's too thin and too risky of a black to take it into the top left. If he's missing it, he's leaving a great chance. So just going to take his one, get back into the bulk area. This red is on by the blue. Be some shot if you could take this in. Whoever to take this frame is definitely going to be in the driver's seat. Will be one frame away from getting into the final, but obviously getting that last winning frame is tricky, as we've seen all tournament long. Sometimes players that get ahead by a frame and the other opponent is back is against the wall, they dig in, take that tying frame, and then hopefully enough take the winning frame. There's another one that rattled in the jaws of those corner pockets. They are quite tight, not friendly. You got to be really accurate. Don't know if Zico's trying a blind cut on it. Looking just to put that red down table, have his cue ball safely in bulk. Definitely getting messy down there. I think the one player that falters on the safety exchange here, it's got to be an opening for the opponent. But we'll see. Time will tell if that is the case. That's okay, cue ball. I have a chance there. That might be the opportunity missed. That might have been the door opening there for Jason Williams. To get in and keep his opponent in the chair. Gonna kiss off the horn there. Let's put in position on this blue. Just gonna check out that red that is just left of the pink. Red past those two? No. Not looking at that, looking the red down the rail. Want to more break out those reds potentially to be on the black. Unfortunately, this looks like end of break for the Canadian. So Jason was hoping for a more substantial break there. Only falters at 7. It's just not fun down there. Worse enough, the black is out in the open if someone is to put one of these reds in there, but definitely a nervy fifth frame. As both players know the importance. It's not a decider, but getting one frame away from victory is better than two. Zico's got the opportunity to get behind the brown here, or is he going to take the thin cut into the green pocket? Yeah, jump on that ball cushion. Seems like everyone's coming to the party except for brown and white. Lots of tables at the top end of the table. 5 colored balls. And 11 reds, so it's getting quite crowded there, more than a New York subway. It's just tricky from our camera angle here, just seeing what he's fully up against. Hopefully for the final we can get a good head-on bird's eye view of our English commentary, but we really appreciate the hospitality that the CBBS has done. Got a great little media center here, and we're happy to be a part of the team. Fluked result there, as Williams apologizes. That cue ball's gone rather tight to the ball cushion. Yeah, it just seems who's able to get in first is going to be able to do some damage, hopefully. Is this the mistake that has been made? Let's see what Jason can make of this. Just mindful of the green that he's queuing over. Lots of points to be made here. nicely to still be on the black. That's why all these great players like to hang around the black. Paramount of importance there. With 7 points, you can rack up a lead rather quickly. Go in really sweetly. Did think about it ever so slightly, that black ball, but it went in. Well, we've seen Zico make a hefty break. Maybe it's Jason's turn. He just ran out a little bit of position on that black, just a little bit high, and just kicking himself now in that chair. He's got to forget it. Just hope for another chance. This is the chance that Zico wanted. Some local fans cheering on their Brazilian there. Black opened up those reds nicely. Looks like Jason's kind of stretching a little bit in the background there. Yeah, just as the white ball's getting cleaned, just got up and stretched a little bit. Jason should know, proper etiquette. Just you gotta sit in the chair. You can't really move around when your opponent's at the table, but took a little break in the action while John Tillys cleans the cue ball. You can stretch out that back a little. It's a good sting for Jason. That's looking very advantageous here for Zico. So the blue spot is covered. That point goes to the highest point value available for the colors, and that would be the pink spot. John almost got lost in thought there. Almost the referee pulled out the red ball, almost respawned, and remembered that those don't come back. Only color balls get respotted when they're taked with reds. But it's been a long 4 days. John's been out all 4 days working hard. They're long hours here. players can have a little rest as much as they don't want to be sitting. They're able to collect their thoughts, where the referee has to be always on. No chance for a sit down. Even between frames, they've got to rack up the balls for a new frame. So a tough job, but we really appreciate all the referees that are helping us out in this great tournament down in Rio de Janeiro. A miss there. Jason's just taking a look at the scoreboard. It's got a 9-point lead. A mid-range red that's open. Just need a little extra length on his cue stick there, reaching into his case to grab the mini butt. Unfortunately, he's left an easy red for Zito, accompanied by a black. Two reds on the right side of the table are rather open. Doesn't like the red by the black. Interesting. Once again, Wizardly Williams reaches into his bag of tricks. Grabs the mini butt just so he's not stretching at all. For all you youngsters, newcomers to the game, never stretch in this game. There's lots of tools to make it so you don't have to stretch. And that is poked out. Unfortunate miss here. Big opportunity for Zito here. Or Zico. Sorry, ZT is the pass I had last night. But Zico. I think he was just taking a look at the scoreboard. I don't think he was upset with his position there. Just seeing where he stands in the match and in this frame. Oh. Lots of twists and turns in this fifth frame. Both players definitely know that this is a very important frame. Hasn't been free-flowing as others. Both players have had their chances, just not able to find the bottom of the pocket. Zico going to take this, just opting for safety and putting his cue ball tight to the top cushion. I'm glad that you're tuning in. The CBBS team is providing the stream. We've got 2 channels actually right now, as our other semifinal match came to a conclusion earlier today. David Burney, that is I, that is providing the English commentary, and our good friend on channel 1, I believe, Januario, is providing the Portuguese commentary. You can find that on CBBS's YouTube page, or you can also go onto their Instagram page, and there's a link in the bio where you can find all the channels that are being streamed on this great event. As well, there's a link to the whole tournament. You can see the results. Obviously, we're getting down to it. The final will be happening a little later today. So the final semi-final match, we're not at 2 frames apiece. It's a best of 7. Definitely has some international flair with Jason Williams coming from Canada and Zico from here in Brazil. A great snooker there, placed by Jason. Let's see if this can be profitable for him. He trails by 5 points in this frame. And we do have an active live chat if you want to put on your cheers for either player, whether it be the Canadian or the Brazilian. We'd love to hear it. If you have any comments or questions, we'll do our best to answer them. Obviously, my Portuguese isn't as strong as my English, so if you have any English questions, do let me know. And as well, if you want to let us know where you're tuning in from. This is a global game. Snooker is. It's played in over 100 countries, so we're always happy to see where we get viewership from, how you found us. Because we're south of the equator here in Rio de Janeiro, at the famous Rio de Janeiro Yacht Club. Great facilities here, not just for snooker, but for pool. That is swimming pools. There are tennis courts, and lots of beautiful yachts. So we've seen so many times in these matches. It looks like we're going to come down to the colors. But, Jason is going to be a little devilish here, and obviously if you're playing a friend there, a lot of insults can come from that last shot that Jason played, but that's the game you got to play. It's called snooker. It's not called pot balls. We'll just see where this one ends up. Michelle, you are correct. The scoreboard, so you can follow at home, is on the top right of the screen, and Zico, the Brazilian, is the top scorer, and Jason Williams from Canada is the lower scorer. So as you can see, Jason has a 40 to 36 point lead. I think he's thinking of putting back, and now he is. Yeah, we saw this a little bit in Jason's game last night with his opponent Stefan from Brazil. You're in a snooker and you don't get out of it, and so you succumb to penalty points, but then your opponent kind of comes to the table and just has an extra long think about it, and then eventually elects to put you back, which is their right. But I think with taking that little extra time, it gets into your head a little bit. You forget exactly where your placement was, where you shot, because you just got to make a finer tweak. And so both players helping out our referee, John Talise. Surprised he hasn't put the marker down that they've been using all tournament long. So now checks with both players, our referee, and both agree, and it's game on. So, good hit there. Views. Maybe Jason shouldn't have put him back, because Jason did have a pot on that last miss by Zico. Oh, ouch. Hindsight is 20/20. That's for sure. But Jason's got to forget about those past few moments. The decision to put him back, obviously now looking like the wrong decision, but you can't second guess yourself. Always got to be positive and confident to know you made the right decision. Also comes down to shot making. You got to fully focus and be 100% committed to the shot that you want. Oh, Michelle, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Hopefully, if you're living in the Toronto area, next time I'm out there in Toronto, Canada, you'll stop by and pay us a visit in person, as I'm all the way out in Vancouver. But I think, snooker's on the rebound in Canada. Looking like there's a lot more great events that are going to be coming up in the future. It's always tricky when you're cueing over a ball, going down on it. Don't want to put any unwanted side. I don't think he has the angle to cut it into the middle. It hasn't run that far. Almost a terrific shot there by JC. Almost got the snooker behind the green. Michelle's all the way down in Florida. Well, you have to let us know, Michelle, if there's snooker down in the Orange State, Gator Country of Florida, USA. So the potential that Jason could get behind the brown here off this red. And the Zico in a bit of trouble. It's the yellow as well, but unfortunately that red hit the horns of the side. And in doing so, it kind of shot it out to a rather easier pocket opportunity. It was thin, so controlling the cue ball was going to be pretty difficult. Nice snooker there laid by Zico. So attempt number 2 here for Jason. Good question there. Michelle is chiming in. And obviously we're on the color balls now. So it goes from lowest to highest. So the yellow is worth 2 points. So he'll be aiming for that. And then after the yellow, it's the green, valued at 3. Then the brown of 4. Blue for 5. Pink for 6. And the snooker player's favorite ball, the black ball, because it's worth a hefty 7 points. But yeah, when we get down to the colors, that is the order that the players have to pot them. Obviously, when there's reds on the table, it's a red color philosophy. Obviously, when a red goes down, the player has a choice of any of those colors. They don't have to shoot any particular one. But in this situation, the colors need to be cleared, and it needs to go yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, and black. Jason tried another way. And no free ball awarded, but this is starting to get costly for the Canadian. Just looking to the heavens to see if they can give him some help, and kind of look in his opponent's direction. And Zico's just sternly focused on the table. Free ball has been awarded. And as well, Michelle, since you're a new time viewer to the game, Jason might only have 2 more attempts here, because if he succumbs 8 points, that will push us into snookers required. And at that point, in the foul and miss situation, the cue ball cannot go back. So this is his final attempt. Everyone just telling John to hold up, hold up. Almost got carried away there. Correct to mark the 5-point foul. But the cue ball is not going to go back as snookers are required, as we just explained in the broadcast. That's the tough thing about this game. It's come so many penalty points there. Opponent comes back and puts you in just another snooker. Jason's just got to keep his composure. Decent hit there, but unfortunately he has left it. I think it's a thin cut, maybe even a double. So that's why they call the game snooker. Well played snooker by Zico has really put him in the driver's seat of this frame and smashing that green in. So it looks like the Brazilian will be taking a 3-2 advantage in this best of 5, 1 frame away from making it an all-Brazilian final. But there's a Canadian that wants to stop that and make it an international final. And Jason's coming to the table. There's 22 points in it. Or should I say there's 22 points on the table, and there's 34 points in the frame. Jason does just need 3 4-point snookers to force a tie. So it's the toughest thing in the world, so I can see why he's playing on. This might be the end of frame here. Just be mindful of that black, Zico. I thought he was going to go into the middle pocket there. Look from our camera angle that it was a shoe-in, but he elected for the green pocket. Now, another tidbit for you, Michelle. We describe that as the green pocket, as you'll see when we, rack it up for the next frame. As the position of the green ball when it starts a frame is close to that pocket, and the yellow ball, obviously, that's near where the blue is. Just can't tell if that's actually on the yellow spot. The yellow spot is close there, and just where Jason is cueing from, we call that the yellow pocket. And there's the concession there. He's in a snooker there. So the Brazilian does have a 3-2 advantage. He's going to have a little breath of fresh air, and we hope you all do as well. So that's your cue to grab a cool drink or something nice to eat, because we'll be right back in a few minutes with an exciting frame 6. Can the Canadian force a decider, or the Brazilian make it an all-Brazilian final? Time will tell. We'll see you shortly. Alright, welcome back everybody to the 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship semifinal action right here. Zico took that 5th frame. This is frame 6. Jason Williams breaking off. He's a fighter, but he's up against it here. Just got to be careful, as Zico does have the high break of the match so far, so Jason's got to definitely be aware. Doesn't want to leave Zico an easy opportunity to get to the balls and produce a high break, or he might be sitting and watching the Brazilian move on to the final. That red definitely will go past the green into the green pocket. I think Zico is going to play aggressive when he can. And he's got another red up here in the bulk area. Developed that red quite nicely. Does it have a pathway to get into the top right corner? It did, but Zico popped up pretty quickly. Didn't like it. Came up a little bit short on that blue, but fortunate enough he does have a red in the bulk area that he can continue this break. Pretty sure Igor, if he's watching, he's definitely hoping that this match goes to a really spotted black ball and a decider. It's a nice long drawn out match, as Igor made quick work of his semifinal match. It was done an hour and a half ago, so he's been able to relax, collect his thoughts. Should be well rested, but there will be a little obviously break before the final as we get close to the climax of this match. Hopefully I will be having the time for the final that I can pass along to all the wonderful viewers we have out there. Red's just got in the way of that simple red into the pocket that Jason is standing by. Murphy Talish just taking a look, and it's not a touching ball. So nice little 20 to start his frame, but would have liked some more. He's going to look at a containing safety on that red that's open on the left side of the table. Yeah, just tough with that red and open area near the bulk line. It's that red below the three reds, or the three colors up there that make up the bulk, the yellow, green, and brown. So close, so close. Well, I don't think that's going to be his last shot in this frame. But he would have liked that to go down, as he was going to be nicely on the black. Containing safety here that Jason will play. Get his cue ball to the top end of the table. Send that red just to the right of the pack. Oh, he's went for the pot. Adventurous. But he didn't leave anything on for his opponent, so that's important. Actually got a nice cue ball as a result. Putting it tight to the top cushion. Oh, we might have a frame where all these red balls are going to slowly migrate to the bulk end of the table. And Jason jacking up just a little bit to draw his cue ball back. Again, these corner pockets, all tournament long, they've really rattled in the jaws a lot. There definitely is a long red here for Zico. I think he's a little bit fortunate there, actually, that those reds are covering each other for a simple starter. Actually, I might be wrong. I think Jason actually can get by to pocket this red closest to the green pocket. Just coming in, taking a look at the angle. So it looks like it is there for him. This is what he needs to do. Points on the board. Clean up this end of the table. Fortunate part is there's not high valued colors coming with these reds. That's one advantage that Zico is seeing there. Move to the long range red here into the green pocket. Jason's able to take this frame and force the decider. You gotta think that the advantage is gonna swing in his way. The key is you just never know with sports. Asked once the famous American film actor Michael Douglas, told some people he was never really movie buff as he knows how movies finish. I'm a fan of sports because you never can predict the outcome. Well, that's definitely true in the game of snooker. Lots of ups and downs, twists and turns, and frames and matches. Comes down really at this stage of the tournament what you got between the ears. Jason is showing he's really putting it together. Just thrown off a little bit, or just maybe didn't like it. He's pretty much the model example. If you're not comfortable, get up from the shot. No one's forcing you to stay down and take the shot. Got a thin red to keep the break going, increasing his lead to 39 points. Really like to take the frame here, and it's quite possible. I don't think he really has to worry about those two reds on the side cushion. He knew it as soon as he hit it. Yeah, you could tell the body language. He was happy with the red, but he knew that it was his cue ball was going to find the bottom of that middle pocket. So he's let Zico back in. Zico not really an easy starter here, obviously. Can't get a break running, but maybe he can. Good eye on that cross double there by Zico. Looks like he's playing for that bottom red. Does it pass by? It does, and it's there. It's building up to be a good response on that unfortunate in-off that Jason succumbed to. Clever shot there, using the pink as a stopper. And referee Talish just taking a look. Black spot is covered. So it goes back onto the highest spot available, in this case the pink spot. Looks like he has the angle on this black just to disturb those reds, just to open them up. We might be a little tight. As you can see now, that pink spot is covered, so the black's not going to go there. The black goes. Great picture there that you can tell what the referee's up against. He's got to put the black ball in line with its spot, with the top cushion, as close to the spot as possible. I think. Wow, what a pot that was. That was tricky. Fortunately, he was losing control of the cue ball just on such a thin cut. Run that red, and he's got the snooker ball. And the blue. There might be a little bit of a path there. But obviously the yellow's cutting off the path to the red near the middle pocket. Jason electing to swerve around for this red, but yeah, that's difficult. But I guess he is snookered behind the blue on this red by the pink and black. He was able to hit it. They're kind of hung out a little close together. Don't think really there's a pot on for Zico. So let's put that cue ball tight to the ball cushion. Went for it there. A little unfortunate. I think that red is tight to the right cushion. It's a long one, that's for sure. But if Zico wanted to take that on, the philosophy, obviously, when your object ball is tight to the cushion, it's cushion and object at the same time, object ball at the same time. But Zico didn't like it. We'll see if Jason accepts it. Decent try, but only, fortunately, he's knocked out the red into the open. He's given Zico a chance. Not that he's fortunate enough that red and black are tied up, so it's not the end of the world. It'd be very impressive if Zico can run away with the frame. He's got to get that red too first. Looks like he has the snooker here. Referee John Delish just taking a look, just in case there's a respawn. There might be a, well, there was a gap there. I think pink has blocked the putting path for that red that's out in the open in the middle of the table. It's a very dangerous thin cut too on the right side of the table. I don't think Jason isn't going to encourage himself to take that shot. Ooh. It's nothing worse than that, just slowly watching the cue ball roll towards a pocket. And you think it's coming to a close. And it has one more rotation and falls down into the bottom of the pocket, giving your opponent 4 points. Looks like Zico's taking a look at seeing what he's got to do. That's a long plant, that's for sure. Sometimes like what we like to call in Canada, long stem rose. I think he's got to be more intelligent and hit the left side of that red near the pink and come around table. We did go for it. That was the problem. Just left a thin cut there. Jason coming around to take a look at the score. He's ahead by 9. 43 on the table. Brown's rather safe. He will need that. Just having a word with himself. Kind of like, are you kidding me? Did not want to bounce that high. Great angle there. When you see what a referee is looking at, you're just making sure that that red is not touched at all. It's a good recovery shot. got the angle on the pink to come up table. And we'll give him a 23 advantage with 27 on. Definitely nothing's easy in a semi-final of an international tournament. Got the fans watching in the arena. Our fans on the stream. Gotta block that all out and just concentrate on your technique. Look at the task at hand. Oh, the little cell phone goes off there. Maybe we can get some signage for the final, just reminding our great fans that please turn your cell phones to vibrate or just turn them off. So again, it's coming down to the colors. More often than not, you see those players hit it the second time around. The first one's just kind of a feeler out shot, just seeing how the cushions are going to respond to your shot. But that 5-point foul helps to increase Jason's lead to 22 points, and just with 27 on. So yellow and green Jason needs. Good hit. Tense moments in the sticks frame. Canadian Jason Williams wants to force a decider. Zico would like to win this one so he doesn't have the pressure, because all the momentum would swing into Jason's favor as he's trailing 3-2. We've seen so often in this tournament. I'll go for that brown. Oh, what a fluke that was. And we've seen it so many times in this tournament when one player, especially in the round robin, comes out and wins the first frame, then his opponent wins the second and the third to win the match. Oh, so close. He went for the jugular there. Where's his cue ball going? He's okay. There's a little bit of space by that cushion, but unfortunately Zico has put his hand on the cushion. Can't put his head on the bed of the table. Oh, see, that made it just that much difficult. Was his frame ball there? Brown and blue definitely would make sure of it. I think that brown stayed out. Zico definitely would come back to the table. But now needing 4 snookers. And the snookers continue to count. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a decider. But of course you could just kind of sense it at the beginning of the match. Both seesawing back and forth. So stand by, everybody, get that cool drink, get that hot cup of coffee. We're going to a decider. Stand by and we'll be right back with frame 7. Shake of hands, and here we go. A decider in our semifinal. If you have long fingernails, I'm pretty sure they're going to be bitten down to the quill here, that's for sure. So Zico's just got to feel, just give me one chance. Jason's got to know that he's got the momentum going. He forced the decider. He's a great player. He's a Canadian national champion. So I think you want to come in, and if you can just put a good some phones going off in the background. Hopefully we can get some memos out for the final. These players don't like to get distracted. It's unfortunate when the cell phone goes off. If it doesn't go off in an inadvertent time, definitely on the backswing of a player. These safety shots, they're definitely opening up the reds. So first to get in probably could score quite heavily. So Jason gets in first. Unfortunately, there is going to be one loser in this match, but win or lose, both competitors fought hard in the semifinals. Both are going to be up for a tough task going against Igor, the local hero there. Wanted to avoid that yellow. And we're not done today, everybody, with the snooker. It continues on. The Open Championship will start tomorrow. I'll update you on the time when that will start, probably at some point when we air the final later today. The Open Championship is playing for a 2-year card. So the great snooker action continues here in Rio de Janeiro, with the final of that Open Championship coming to a climax on Sunday. Jason hoping that he could Put a bit more than the 11 points on the board, but happy that he's struck first. Let's put Zico in a snooker. Good hit. I think Jason can get by to this open red just below those two reds, or the cluster of reds just below the pink. Yes, a Canadian won this seniors event last year, Vito Powapolo. So he had the distinct honor of playing at the Crucible Theatre this past spring. Unfortunately ran into a tornado called Tony Drago. Looks like the pink spot is covered. So our referee Talish will put that pink on the black spot. So that is the ruling. When its own spot is not available, it goes to the highest valued spot, in this case the black, which is beneficial for Jason. Stays down on that table, didn't want it to go up on that pink spot, although the black is out in the open. Ooh. Give myself a little smack on the cheek there. As he is in no man's land. Looking for the green. Wasn't able to get it. So Zico electing to put him back. This could be costly again. You saw this earlier in the match where Jason succumbed to hefty amount of penalty points, which led Zico to win that fifth frame. Both players agree. It's game on. Oh, just a little unhappy there. Just a little tweak work. Reminds me of the great story, great Canadian player Cliff Thorburn. He was queuing over the pack. It was tough bridging, and he just needed to clip off the black. But when he was feathering, he was just saying yellow, 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 obviously, because if he was to foul nominate the black, it would be 7 points. But yellow, yellow, and then at the last split second, he nominated black, struck his cue ball, and just was able to hit the black and not cannon into any of those reds in the pack. So you always got to be thinking in this game. Cliff, who is an active member of the PABSA team, definitely in charge of the coaching side of things. We wished he could have been down here, but unfortunately it's quite the trek sometimes to come south of the equator. We know Cliff is doing well, and if anyone's a fan of YouTube channels, our friend from Canada, Cliff Thorburn, has his YouTube channel, The Grinder, up there. Started things off and offers great insight into the game, some great techniques that you can practice, and also some quite funny stories from his long history in the game. Nice long red that Zico started. Sometimes that's all you need, just builds up your confidence. Like he's going to take this blue into the yellow pocket. Was there a doubt? Just right in the middle, heart of the pocket. Great shot. Could have done with a bit of space between that and the black. No touching ball awarded there, but too close to pot. There's always a threat of the push shot. So you could just having a look at the score. We're tied 19-19 in this 7th and deciding frame. Nominating the brown. Oh, just missed a trick there. Got so close to getting behind the green. Could be a little shot to nothing here with that red that's out in the open to the right of the black. Obviously tough to tell when you're kind of at a 45-degree angle of the table and you're not down on the table with the cue in your hand. And knowing ability as well. Some shots you fancy more than others. I wonder if Zico sees this shot. He kind of did, just to overcut it. Maybe safety with the brown. No, just couldn't get behind it, but a decent cue ball. clip off this red that's near the top cushion on the left side. Come off 2 cushions and scoot them up, maybe even behind that green. Didn't get there, but got a good cue ball. Could have rolled a little bit more to get up to the cushion, but he's left a long tempter for Jason. Jason's to miss this could be disastrous. So he's gonna get up and recompose himself, have a good think about it, come back down and that would have been a pretty gutsy call if he was going to go for that long pot, because missing is going to cannon into some reds, possibly stay around that end of the table and be sitting for quite a while. Zico could find home around the green. Great cue ball there. Got it tight to the ball cushion. Jason's going to be shooting down on his cue ball. Oh, nice little flick there. A hand of an apology there. Speaking of Cliff Thorburn, he achieved greatness off a fluke back in 1983. Fluked a red in and then ran 14 more reds, accompanied with 15 blacks and all the colors to make the first 147 at the famous Crucible Theater at the World Championship. Obviously, it's been done more in the present time, that 147, but everybody remembers the firsts. So it's good to see that a fellow Canadian could put their stamp on snooker history. Lucky that cue ball didn't go into that pocket. Still not too happy with it. I think he's going to risk that pink. It's a blind cut. If he misses it, he's going to leave it at this end of the table, so he just might be looking in the direction of the green. Is he crafty enough? Is there that path that maybe he can go just to the left or the right of the blue, I mean, hit off that ball cushion, come just nestling behind the green? Just making sure he's got a cue ball. Started to open things up a little bit there. Just wonder about those three reds that are kind of in the middle of the table. Obviously tough to tell by this camera angle. Don't know if Jason can pass the... No, he can't pass the blue. Just trying to jump around as we've got a few referees and some camera people as well from me taking a look at the live table. I have to trust this great monitor, all this equipment provided by the CBBS. Raises his hand as it's a fortunate miss there. Kind of wanted to go behind that green, didn't want to cannon into it. But no easy starter there for Jason. Oh, there's a red that's near the pink, or a red near the black, and then there's another red to the left of that. I wonder if he's eyeing that one, potentially with a shot to nothing, take it into the top left corner, come off two cushions, and return back to bulk. Yeah, played with an element of safe, so it's probably just going to gently just roll up to this green. Good hit, good hit. Just having a long thought of there. Don't adjust your sets. It didn't freeze. Unless you've got a poor internet connection, Jason was having just a big thought about that. Is this coming up shot? Yeah, each shot gets more and more intense. A lot more pressure. Starting to see a few open reds down table. It's almost who's going to falter in the safety department, or who's going to be aggressive and dig in, potentially take a long, dangerous pot. Looks like Zico's just fortunate enough, maybe. It's a thin cut into that top right corner. Jason coming around, taking a look at it. The towel's coming out. The perspiration levels are high. These boys are. Want to keep that bridge hand dry. The cue shaft dry. Make a nice smooth delivery. This audience in the arena fully engaged. He did go for it. Ooh, and he's popped out a red. Opportunity here now for Zico. Put up a few points. Oh my, he had a chance. That's what pressure will do to you. You can have the best technique in the world, but when you're playing for a spot, the Pan American Senior Snooker Championship final, everything gets a little twitchy. So, it's Jason's opportunity now. Take advantage. He's adding to his lead here. Black goes down on the spot, just adds the cluster down there. He's just taking a look to see if that black will go into the top left corner pocket. Ooh, but the red's got to go first. He had the black, just didn't have the red. So couldn't run away there. Wow, the pressure is mounting. That pink just, or the red just below the pink, apologies, will go into the top right. Yeah. It's a little bit. The black passes, or maybe he'll just play to get up onto the blue. Smart decision. Yeah, black didn't go. I wonder how that brown's going to do. It's safely over there on the left cushion. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. just having a good long stare. I don't know. If that red goes past. The red that's just by the black and pink goes past that red that's on the cushion. Didn't. So he played for the other. Wasn't able to make it. And just a little comfort break. That'll just relieve a little bit of the tension there. But 35-29 in this impressive 7th frame decider here. Winner of this books their spot in the final. They'll be happening a little later this afternoon. So what they are playing for some trophies, a little bit of money, but definitely more important, that snooker player's dream of coming down the stairs with your favorite intro music at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, England this coming spring to participate in the World Seniors Championship. And that happens right after the World Championship. A great event if you're a snooker fan and you've got the finances. I highly endorse you to go check out Sheffield, England right around the end of April and early May. And obviously, they put tickets on sale, right on the final day. So last year on May 2nd, I believe it was, tickets were going on sale. You're able to purchase tickets there. But insider tip, as I've been there, you can find tickets. Definitely they do sell some at the box office, as a lot of people sometimes invest in tickets hoping to see their favorite player. And then if their favorite player gets knocked out early, they kind of resell the tickets. So obviously if you get on there a year in advance, you can hopefully solidly book your tickets. But I have seen definitely tickets been made available on the day. So yeah, it's worth going. Lots of great snooker fanatics over there, and players are extremely approachable, always open for a photograph or an autograph. And lots of people just there enjoying, talking about the game. And Jason just showing off a little of that Canadian humor there, saying, I'll just play away, we don't have to wait till he comes back. But obviously that's a no-no. Good sportsmanship that they have here, just waiting for both players to reconvene at the table. Referee Talish is there as well. We're ready to continue on to the final path to see who's the winner of this match. Thanks for tuning in. Hustlin' 147 all the way from Canada. Jason Williams leading slightly in this deciding frame. As you can see, the scoreboard on the top right corner of the screen. Jason Williams' score is on the bottom of that electric scoreboard, and Zico from Brazil is on top. Jason Williams hoping to make it a international final, as Igor Figueiredo, my apologies, Igor, has already booked his place in the final. Seemed like he got there eternity ago. He was able to whitewash his opponent, Tuzinho. But there will be a little bit of a break, and hopefully before we go off the air from this match, I can let you know what time the final will commence. Very fortunate kiss he got off the blue there. Kept it on there, and you can just kind of float down beyond this red. It's got a bit of an angle too. $20 in it, 35 on the table. It's getting down to it. These corner pockets are tough. It thought about it, but it just spat it out. Is there an angle here for Zico to give a try at that same corner pocket? Looks like potentially there could be. Well, where the Canadian falters, the Brazilian comes in. Well, what can we say? That brown is of paramount importance to both these players. We're right behind it. I don't think anybody's breathing in the room here. The tension is so high. All he needs is this pink to put himself in the final. Did make a great brown. Here we go. Zico, are you moving on? It's there. Wow, what a match. Went all the way down to the final few balls. Commiserations for Jason Williams. Came here all the way from Canada. So close to being in the final there. But well done, Zico. He held off the fight from the Canadian. He was up 3-2. Jason Williams forced the decider, but Zico is moving on to the final. He will be battling Igor Figueiredo. And as we just wrap up here, we're just going to get a time frame. And we've just found out that the final will take place at 4:30 Brazilian time. 4:30. So grab yourself a little afternoon snack if you're in Brazil or wherever else find us. Get a bite to eat. And we'll be coming back here for the final of the 2023 Pan American Seniors Snooker Championship. It will be Zico going against Igor Figueiredo. And it should be an excellent match. Igor has played strong, but Zico's no slouch too. All Brazilian matchup. So David Burney saying we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Take care, everybody. All right, everybody, call your sons, call your daughters, call your wives, call your lovers, call everybody. We are here. It is the final of the 2023 Pan American Senior Snooker Championship. It's a best of 9 frames. We have Zico from Brazil taking on a man that's won this tournament before, Igor Figueiredo. So the referee is set the table, and it's David Burney in the English commentary booth to see how this match goes. Gotta say, obviously Igor is the favorite possibly. He's a well-accomplished player. Obviously spent some time on the pro circuit as he won both tournaments in the inaugural PABSA Championship, getting the place at the Crucible and the 2-year card. Has fallen off the tour, but hopefully he can get back on there and join his fellow countryman Victor Sarkis. And he gets in first with a nice long red, open black. Let's see how this progresses. Just getting a little distracted by the crowd there. There's a final, lots of importance here. They're playing for some hardware, a little bit of money, but really importantly, playing at the Crucible Theatre for the World Seniors Championship this coming May. And we're live on CBBS's YouTube page. They have 3 channels. We have 2 Portuguese broadcasts and 1 English. So do please check us out. Let us know what you think. Hopefully the pictures are looking good and the sound is sounding crisp. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to fire them this way through the stream, hopefully in English. Well, my Portuguese isn't that great. And if you want to cheer on any of your favorite players here, whether it's Igor or Zico, I'm pretty sure they'll appreciate the smashing of support. Doesn't really have the angle to go into the reds. There's that open red on the left side of the pack. It's got a good angle to come up for the blue. Brilliantly placed, right side of the blue. So when we say the right side of the blue, he's got the natural angle to come back down into the reds. Fortunate to be on something. Have this red closest to the top left corner. To run a little bit more. Ooh. Maybe just came up a bit short of pace. Yeah, he's going to have to potentially run in and out of bulk, so he's going to take this blue. It's going to be quite the power shot. But Igor, well versed in the game, has got all the tools in his tool belt. It's actually looks like for the brown, come off a couple cushions. Very nicely done. Kicked into that pink away to clear up a path. Or this red into the top left. Or top right corner, my apologies. Looks like maybe his first difficult shot here. But right into the middle of the pocket. And held for a nice angle on the brown to come back down table. So gingerly put this blue in beyond that open red. Always playing this was forced to develop some. Just takes a stare to the crowd as he just didn't get the split that he wanted. So good opening break of 58 there for Igor, but he didn't want to have it hopefully a frame clearance, but we'll see what Zico can do here. Oh, there you go. That's what he's going to have to do. Igor's probably not going to miss too much, but when he does, you got to step up and come in, punish him. Either put together a great break of your own, or tie him up, frustrate him. Don't let him get any fluency. But you can't leave him a golden opportunity. Got to make it tough for Igor. So this pink for snooker's required stage. So the blue has taken the pink spot, so the pink, when it comes back up, it goes on the highest value available, which is the blue. And this is looking very good for Igor to take the inaugural frame of this final. I hope there's a lot of youngsters out there watching. Just if you've been tuned in all the past 4 days, Igor it's delicate shots. He's not slamming the ball around as we've seen some of the players in the tournament have. Obviously, the experience levels range. Looks like it's going to be end of break, but also end of frame. Trying to double it in. That's a concession there by Zico. So Igor Figueiredo takes the first frame by commanding 87-1. But good for Zico to get a point on the board. And as soon as the referee sets up the table, we'll be back and ready for frame 2. And we're back with frame 2 to commence. Igor Figueiredo to break off. Let's see if Zico can respond. Definitely it's a David versus Goliath match for sure. But you never know. We've seen underdogs win before. You never know what can happen in sport. Looks like Zico has put Igor in a snooker. So a good hit and a good retort. Long red here. This is dangerous if he's taking it on. Oh my. Wow, what a shot there. No fear in Zico's mind today. He's not going to curl up and cower away. He's going to take his shots on. He's going to go down swinging. Ooh, a miss. Or if Igor's just feeling a little bit of the pressure. Obviously, he's very. A lot of people are expecting to win. I wonder if that will parlay a little bit in his mind. And Igor just from just west of here in São Paulo. Rio de Janeiro is where we are at the Iate Clube, hosting this great tournament. This is the climax of the seniors event, but there's still plenty more snooker happening this week, as the Open tournament will be starting tomorrow, and I will start streaming at 10 a.m. Brazilian time. So we have the great Itero Santos is going to be playing. Actually, there is also going to be a 13-year-old participating in the tournament, so that looks great for the future of Brazilian snooker. I think he's in the room as well, that 13-year-old, just looking to get inspired by his fellow countrymen Igor and Zico here. Good red and take the pink or the blue into the yellow pocket and draw back. Oh, he was going to go for the... Well played, well played. Loses a little bit of control of the cue ball, but placed that beautifully for that red below all the reds in the middle of the table. He's also got an option of taking a red onto the top left corner. We're just going to take the one in the middle just to open up some other reds. Oh, that's a little unfortunate. That's a tough miss. Especially at such an experienced player that Igor is. But Igor just having a walk around the table, just taking a look, seeing exactly where he needs to be. So obviously that red that Zico missed is a sitter there, but Igor taking a look which is the better red. Sometimes you have to take the more difficult red to get on position for a color. Always good to exercise some patience in the game. Didn't come far enough for that pink, so unfortunately he's got to go after the yellow. Does he decide to pot it or play safe? Oh, he tried to take it on full-blooded. Well, unfortunately he missed. And he has left that red over the pocket that Zico just missed a few short moments ago. can't miss those shots. As much as Igor hasn't been putting them all in right now in this frame, you know that machine is going to be warming up pretty soon. He does have a starter, can come back up for the blue. Just got back up as someone was walking through his sight line. There's a pathway between those two reds below the black for that red that's closest to the top left corner. I went for the bottom one. He didn't have the gap there, but it's nicely on the black. You'll see with these great players, good to watch Igor, it's just the same thing every time. A little chalk of the cue, looking at the shot, and then comes down. Doesn't move, does get up if there is an issue, but that's the name of the game here. You just want to keep it on repeat. His options, he's got pink into the side, he's got yellow into the corner. Just have to see from this vantage point what the angle is on the pink. Yeah, it looks like it was straight on, so we could just draw back ever so gently. Come up with the black. It's one of these reds on the side, maybe to the left middle. No, he's coming to play it down for the top left corner. Is there a gap between that pink and yellow? There certainly is. Just wanted to cannon into those reds just to develop them a bit more. weird stretch here for him. Make sure you have one foot on the ground, even can be that tippy toe. It's a good red. Looks like he'll have a good recovery shot. Get him back into the top end of the table. Get the cannon that he wanted. But he really held the follow through, and just the timing of that shot was just fantastic. As you could see, he got an immense screw back. So tricky shot here along the cushion. But being a native of Brazil, Igor knows these JOCARI tables. In it with 51 on. So red color to push us to snookers required. Get a round of applause there, as that's a frame ball. I think the fans here are just engrossed in the incredible break building ability of Igor. So it definitely looks like Igor should be taking a 2-0 lead in this best of 9 final. Wow, great shot there to develop that red. Simply sublime. So many reds in that pocket. The rest having a tough time pulling out the pink to respot. Just be one short of the ton here. It's got a 72 break. There's 27 on the table. Close if you're relating to Jason Ferguson. I believe he arrives tomorrow. Myself, David Burney from Canada. That's a concession there, obviously. So Igor takes that one. But myself, I'm impressed by the Brazilian players. I feel it's a lot like back home in Canada. There's a lot of enthusiasm. There's some strong players for sure. There's some not so strong players, but they have the passion for the game. And as well, this great team behind the scenes, the CBBS team is phenomenal. We've had referees at all the tables. There's a lot of us in the media center over here just helping the tournament run smoothly. It's a great atmosphere. They've made us all feel like home. All of us Canadians and Americans and Mexicans that have traveled down across the equator. You can ask for better hospitality. The Yacht Club in Rio de Janeiro, it's a fantastic facility. This room is just right. Obviously some people might think it's a bit cool, but when we got 6 tables going, there's a lot of bodies in the room, a lot of moving and shaking, so it heats up pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back. But I got 4 more days here for the Open tournament that will start tomorrow. This is the final of the seniors at the Pan American Senior Snooker Championship of 2023 in Rio. Zico here to break off for frame 3. Hopefully maybe he can stop the bleeding and maybe bounce back and put a frame to the good for him on the board here, but that's not in the mind of Igor. He wants to continue keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Just to continue on that chat in between the frames, this community in Brazil is just phenomenal. It's great to see some youngsters actually playing. And we've got a 13-year-old that's going to play in the Open tournament. Obviously, this is the seniors, so that's wonderful to hear. As well, what Igor and Victor have been able to do on the pro circuit is just immensely important, as a lot of these youngsters will look up to their fellow country man or woman and get inspired, and that's what you need to continue fostering the grassroots. I think they do actually have as well a gentleman I haven't met yet but did the coaching over in England, and everyone's just hungry. Talking to John Talese, he's been doing some great refereeing work this week, and he's just always wanting to better himself. He asked me how he's doing in the refereeing. I think he's doing great. There's going to be slip-ups here and there, but that's how we learn. We learn from our mistakes. So it's a beautiful part of the world for a beautiful game. This certainly is not a beautiful sight for Zico. Just a wonderful shot right there on this red in between. The 2 reds can follow through beyond the black. Looks like you might be able to come off a couple cushions and be on that red to the right of the pink. Always just a little tricky when we have this kind of 45-degree angle. We're not right on the bird's eye. We've let our only came off 1 cushion, but we've given the ideal bird's eye view to our Brazilian friends. It's their backyard. We're just happy that they let us come in and play around. If Zico is to lose this frame, maybe just exit the arena, maybe give himself a little pep talk or something like that. Splash some water on his face, but it's not over yet. He definitely could come back in this frame, but Igor is just making it so tough. He's so fluent. Seems like he doesn't have a care in the world, not frustrating or anything. Well, the only care he does have, obviously, is hoisting that trophy and getting that spot at the World Seniors Championship. But you don't really see a big pain on his face of frustration. Sometimes a little wince, obviously, because he's just out of position, but that's sometimes what you got to be as an athlete, especially for a snooker player, being a perfectionist. Gloves, unfortunately, I'm not going to be in the open. I am just going to be providing commentary for it for the next 4 days. You'll have David Burney in the booth on the English side. We've got Daniel doing one of the Portuguese commentary channels, and also Januario doing another one. Two great guys. Happy to be in the booth with them. It's nice. We've got a pretty spacious booth over here. It's nice to feel, not cramped and stuff like that. So they've done a great job. Just knock that right out to develop this red on the lower side of the pack. Well, this definitely looks like a chance that he can take the frame here. Does have to come in and out in bulk off this pink. So nothing's a certainty. Which, yeah, a little grimace to himself there. Can't hit it into that brown. Yellow's kind of a pain for his bridge hand. Only breaks down on 62. Only 75 points on the table, so Zico does have a chance. Black is kind of tied up, so if he has to take a red, pink is available, but definitely wants to develop that black sooner than later to give him a chance. Can afford a few reds and pinks. But can't afford to miss. And that's not going to help him either, just putting that pink safe to the side cushion. He needs those high pointed, valued colored balls if he wants to get back in this frame. frame ball there. Needed that, so. Come on, Zico. Can you do it? Can you run out of here with all blacks? Would be impressive. It's a tall order, that's for sure. Could have done it in baby sets. Didn't have to do it all in one, but would have been amazing if he could have run out the table there and forced a black ball respot. But unfortunately, he's left Igor with an easy starter for a red. And the black is here. So now snooker's required. Well, Klaus, if you're still listening, I'm not sure how well you're involved in the snooker scene here, but one little caveat, just a little education on the fans. You know, this is a pretty prestigious tournament, and I've heard a few cell phones go off in the past few days. I might hear a few more in the next few days at the Open tournament, and it's definitely paramount to put those to vibrate or just turn them off in general and just enjoy the show. What's more important than watching snooker? I think that phone call can wait. So, Igor Figueiredo is taking a commanding 3-0 lead over Zico, but it looks like it definitely, if you're a betting man, a Brazilian is going to be going to the Crucible, and it's looking strong that it's going to be Igor, not Zico. Just jacking up made that tough shot a little bit more tougher, but there's a concession there. So Igor with a commanding 3-0 lead, and we'll be right back with frame 4. Igor was taking aim at now some audience members. He's not happy enough with potting balls. He's going to start taking aim at someone in the audience. But nice to see that both players have a good smile on their face. Off the table. Obviously when this fourth frame commences they'll be sworn enemies, but I think they're both just happy to get Brazil into Sheffield, England this coming May. And we're underway in the fourth, so a big uphill battle. If Zico's gonna topple the Sugarloaf Mountain in Igor, he needs to start doing something now. Because going down 4-0 in a best of 9 really puts him up against it. Very nice shot there. Is there a pathway for this long red for Zico? He was playing like he wanted it. Oh, unfortunately, just cannon into the black. Oh, that's a nice shot there. Took the pawn in and developed this black that I think will go through that gap. He's having a good long look. If not, he does have the pink. But if he takes the pink, I don't want to jack up a little bit and probably stick around there for that red to the top left corner, just that's left of the pink. Yeah, leaving nothing to doubt. Had a good long look at that black just in case. Fortunate that the black has to be spotted on the green spot, as the pink took the black spots a few moments ago, and there's a bunch of reds that are covering the pink spot. So with all those spots covered, that black has got to go on the highest point value available spot, and that is the green. Nicely done. Once again, he's in. He's building a commanding lead. 28 break. And still going. He's got a red in the open on the left side of the table. That pink will pass the red on the right side. Great angle just to stun into the pink. And you're going to be on that red into the same pocket. Yeah, there's a red top part to the left of these cluster reds that will go into the right middle she's playing for. Pink spot still covered. Definitely got to be on your toes if you're a referee or a scorekeeper for Igor. As he pots swiftly and heavily. Someone was very appreciative of that shot in the crowd. It's amazing the pace that he plays some of these shots. But you got to be deadly accurate. Their phone going off. We need a little etiquette for the fans here. It's the maybe one strike I have here against the entire Brazilian experience. Of cell phones have kind of been going off a little bit more than usual, but everything else has just been fantastic here in Rio de Janeiro. Oh, just unfortunately that red kind of kicked into the way of this pot. That's a lot of distance between that plant there. Yeah, don't worry, he's not cueing the red ball. He's just looking where he's got to put his cue ball against that red. He just does not like it, so he's going to run and hide. So hasn't done and dusted this frame, but has a pretty commanding lead with 54 points to the good. Hope he's got some cover. And it looks like he has. Crowd appreciative of that shot. Now are we in store for a little safety exchange here? think actually Zico is going to take on this long red. Just a little unfortunate. Just gives us a little motion to the crowd that finally I get something, but unfortunately he was just not on a color to continue the break. Yellow has been nominated. Good cue ball. Acknowledged by a tap on the table by Igor. Shot there by Igor. Giving a little bit of trouble for Zico. Once again, there's a little potential for long stem rose there, long plant. Definitely a lot of distance to the first red and still distance between the two reds. Gave it a go, but he left it on. Fortunately, the high-valued colored balls, pink and black, are in the bulk, and a lot of the reds are down at the business end of the table. Oh. I think he was aware of that, so that's why I was trying to do a lot with his cue ball. And unfortunately, that makes it that much more difficult to pot. That's a shot he should have had. As our good friend Ken Doherty would say, it wiped its feet before it went in the door. So just a red and a color. On the snooker's required stage. Well, unless it's the yellow, the only ball that can be potted to potentially save Zico in this frame. Yeah, but it's not looking good there because that's just a elementary red right there for most of us. Maybe not myself, but definitely a walk in the park for a lot of players. So we are in snooker's required now with the 50-point difference. Looking like it's going to be 55. And there's 51 on the table. again with the cell phones going off. It's definitely not affecting Igor too much, but hopefully maybe for the open tournament we can have a little sign of silencio cellulaire. That silencio might be Spanish. So Igor will be having a commanding lead in this final. 4 frames to nil. He's very close to punching his card to calling his travel agent and seeing what's the best route to Sheffield. Yeah, the images pretty much speak for themselves. Just absolute perfection here by Igor, doing what he needs to do. You know, getting into the balls and scoring heavily. For the 57, the half century break right here. Playing a little exhibition. Oh, I'm gonna try. Well, I don't think Zico wanted me to do this, but as we always do when we're on the precipice of crowning a champion, we like to do our roll call of thank yous, and we got to first reach out to Pedro, who's the president of the CBBS, doing a wonderful job. Got a great crew of members here, a very large crew. I don't know all of them, but a few names to mention. Antonio has been great in the media center, helping me out, very much getting the pictures crisp and the sound sounding clear. Yar has done a great job keeping all the tournament up to date with scores. Daniel and Gennaro, the Portuguese commentators, they've done a fantastic job. John and Alvedo and the other referees, just top-notch work. I just mentioned John and Alvedo because they've been talking to me, just wanting to improve, but I'm pretty sure all those refs have done a wonderful job, and we really appreciate them coming and helping us out. Can't do anything without the great team at PABSA, at the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association. Ajay Pradhakar, the president over there. Philippe, who is in charge of South America, doing a wonderful job, and the rest of the PABSA crew to grow the game in the Americas. This Rio Yacht Club has just been a marvelous location for this event, and the Ispis Hotel has hosted a lot of out-of-towners. They've got a clean place, reasonably priced, and some tasty food. It's great for the traveler coming in. All the fans that have come in and enjoyed the great snooker in the past 4 days, we really appreciate the viewership. Hopefully maybe they can turn those cell phones on to vibrate when the open is going on that starts tomorrow. All the players that traveled near and far. Definitely we've got a majority of Brazilians, as it's a tournament in Brazil, but there's players coming from Canada, from the US and Mexico. We really appreciate you traveling far just to make this tournament a great success, and everybody that's tuned in on the stream, asking their questions, putting their comments, cheering on their favorite players. It's great that you're tuning in. Snooker is definitely looking bright in Brazil and in fact throughout the Americas, North, Central, and South. We're all great to be here. And, well, hopefully Zico can mount a comeback here and force us to a decider. But it's looking like a David versus Goliath battle here. And definitely just to let you know, if this match does come to a conclusion at this frame, we will keep the stream going just for the trophy presentation. So thank you all. And let's see if we're just not done yet. Okay, I'll do some investigative research for you on that one. As I'm not sure the status of Igor's pro status. Obviously, he doesn't have his tour card. He lost that, and obviously in the Open tournament, they are playing for that 2-year card, and obviously the winner of this match will go to the Crucible Theater to participate in the World Seniors Championship. But a high percentage, pretty much everyone in this tournament besides Igor is an amateur and hasn't even got to pro status, I believe. So let me do some digging and see what I can find out, and be sure to tune in on the Open stream that starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Brazilian time, and hopefully I can find out what the scoop is with that and just the reasoning. Because it is true, Igor is definitely, when you look at it, he is a step above all the players here. But hopefully that will just inspire a lot of these players to continue to practice hard. Because we know that giants can be taken down. It's just, I think Zico's slingshot is run out of pebbles right now. Zico's not going quietly. It's got 17 points to the good here. I think all the fans are getting behind Zico now. I want to see a little match, don't we? Unfortunate part is that red near the black is going to block the path. So it's a run and hide here, Zico. So trying to push the envelope. You know, you're playing an impressive opponent, but if you tie him up, could be back to the table before you know it. Yeah. Trying for that brown. Just not sure if I would have taken that on. Just knowing if you miss, you might be sitting for the rest of the evening. Yeah, that's what's going to happen with a miss. It's just such a strong score. Quite a clearance here if you can clear up to win. Just like that, Igor has taken the lead. Definitely makes the game look so easy. But believe you me, he has put in hours and hours and hours of practice. Very nice shot there to develop that other red. Not sure if it rolled enough just for the natural angle. Might have to create his own angle here. Does need that red. Tried to come off the horns. So 6 points in at 35 on. Igor Ferrerido has a 6-point lead. Everyone moans, really hoping that Zico could have put that in and at least put one frame on the board. Igor, a very jovial guy. Big smile off the table, but obviously when it's business, there's no friends. He's going for the jugular right here. He wants to get this frame done and dusted. Hoist the trophy, pop the champagne. Yeah, no exhibition shot or anything there. He's playing smart. Good hit there. Igor needs up to the blue. Yeah, looks like he's got a snooker here. Cushion escape is there. Good retort by Igor. I didn't know he had the snooker there. He did as our referee puts down the marker. Again, a nice escape there by Zico. Well, we definitely will see both these players in the Open Championship that starts tomorrow, 10 a.m. Set your dial. 10 a.m. Brazilian time. We'll be back on the air. We've got 3 channels that we're doing the stream. 2 will be in Portuguese and 1 will be in English. So do tune in. That's another great tournament coming right after the conclusion of the Seniors Championship tomorrow. Oh, it's a little fluke there on that yellow. Igor raises his hand. Not too bad as a half raise of the hand as he snookered himself on the green. Zico going to test the table. Obviously have a shot just to tap into the green and roll behind the pink. Or he's going to take the pot. Gotta watch out for the cross double here into the middle. Nice cue ball, nice green ball. Zico's doing a good job of not leaving a sitter for Igor. I think the roof will be blown off this place if Zico is able to scratch at least one frame. Good attempt there. Unfortunately, there is an angle for Igor on this green to get onto the brown. Just needs the brown and the blue. Felt that pink nicely. Maybe the pump fist there, a little bit of emotion. But this to do it. To book his card to Sheffield, England. There it is. Handshakes all around. Congratulations. Parabéns to Igor Figueiredo. He is going to Sheffield, England as your Pan American 2023 Senior Snooker Champion. What a match. We're just going to step aside and let a little bit of the trophy presentation happen after that. Our president of the CBBS, Pedro, just doing some interviews in Portuguese. It's been a great time spending the last 4 days with you in Brazil on the snooker table, but definitely come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the Open Tournament. It's David Burney saying good night, everybody, and take care, and we'll see you tomorrow at the Yacht Club.